Oh, hi. I'm gonna warm up a bit, but I haven't drawn in I haven't streamed in like forever. A month actually. I'm gonna do a study later today, or later in the stream. But I need to warm my hands. Yeah, like I said, I probably won't stream that much, but I'll still do it sometimes. I think I improved a bit in the past month that I didn't stream though. But we'll see. There's not gonna be music that you guys can hear, but I can hear it, so just play your own music, I guess. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna have a face cam ever. I think the horn's a little bit too long on this angle because there should be some foreshortening, right? And I know how good all of you are with perspectives. Every time I draw my OC, it looks different. But I feel like there's too much stabilization. The stabilization is at like 1 out of 100 right now, which shouldn't feel like that much. Yeah, the start soon is still up because I'm just doodling. Like I need to warm up my hand first. Let me block this in with solid colors. I think I just BS the shape. Doesn't really matter that much, but I have to make sure I close the shape. Oh, it's not black. It's not desaturated. Yeah, I kind of want like solid blocks so it looks cleaner. This always makes me want to do like actual ink drawings on paper. I do miss it. I think that's close. Maybe. It's close enough. I just started with bucket tool. Now it's like some parts are hatched. Today I'll try to draw a fairly difficult reference. It has a lot of soft light and it's pretty complicated to me at least. Ganyu horns are not that tricky to draw, only because Ganyu horns has not the like this angular stuff, so the rotation of the horn doesn't matter that much. Like the individual, like the twist of the horn doesn't matter that much, so it's not terribly hard. Make figure, would you be interested in making one with your style? What do you mean with my style? Like you're gonna make a figure of stuff I draw? Sounds like a lot of work though. Did you learn painting somewhere? Well, I learned it at home, and that's somewhere, so yeah. Oh, Code Wi-Fi, thanks for the sub on Twitch. I don't even know what subs do on Twitch, to be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the start soon. How long does One Piece take you? Anywhere from 1.5 hour to like 6 hours usually. Some special case where I really screw up, I go a little bit longer, like up to 10 hours maybe. When will I make another workshop video? Well, if I find a like a topic that I want to talk about that hasn't been talked about in a way that I want to talk about as much, then I'll make one. But for now, every topic I can think of has been covered like 16 times on YouTube. And I don't want to just remake videos of other people's stuff. So it's 6 hours in one sitting. Usually it's in one sitting. I mean, 6 hours is not that long. Okay, so I'll show you guys the reference I'm gonna use to study from. This is the reference. I might put it on Discord. Let me put it on Discord. Yeah, let me put it on Discord real quick. If I can find my own channels. There you go. Okay, let's delete this layer. Let's do whoops. Whoops. Do you exclusively only draw female characters? Like I've drawn male characters, I just don't like drawing them. I've drawn them before. It's not very often that I draw them. Guy characters, they're just usually not. I can't say they're usually not pretty because there are some pretty ones. But then it just turns into something like, oh, I'm drawing a female character or girl and calling it a guy. And I'm like, I don't see why I need to do that. So especially if like the character is canonically a girl like like 99% of gacha characters, right? So All right, let's get started. I hope starting it on Clip Studio is not a bad idea. I don't think it would be. What resource did you use to study by yourself, and how long have you been drawing? I've been drawing for 17 years, 18, 17. Probably, yeah, no, 17 years. What resource? I just look at other painters. That's it. Uh, 3 years. 3 years is like baby numbers. Like you barely got started. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Like people are always rushing to try to improve, and I don't understand why. I mean, I get you want to improve really fast, but taste is more important than, you know, technical skill. And that that takes time to build. It's not something you can really rush too much. So I did hiatus for 2 years, like 5 years ago, like six to 6 to 4 years ago, or 7 to 5 years ago. I took a break as in like I thought I was gonna quit art forever, and then I came back. Oops. But otherwise, I've drawn the whole time. It's just I don't think I could say I practiced the whole time. It's like a lot of it is like messing around, and I don't really regret it that much. Like messing around. I sound hella young. Okay. I'm not. I'm like I'm basically dead right now because I'm so old. But um are you just calling my voice squeaky? Okay, so I think I've been more 70 old, 78, not that young. Okay, so I think I've improved a bit over the past month, and that would be super embarrassing if I fumble and screw this up really badly and embarrass myself in front of like 80 people and I draw really crap. That would be, I could never show my face on YouTube again. Okay, I think maybe too much messing around right now. Need to get serious. It's time to get serious. Let's just say I'm 60. 60 is a good number. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna try to talk and stuff while drawing, and hopefully still maintain my efficiency. I should be able to do this stuff like kind of on like some of it on autopilot, or at least I want to practice that. So anyway, the not doing a very good job. I started mentoring someone, and I'm gonna try to open more like mentee spots in the near future, so I can get lots of money and become the next Jeff Bezos and buy a private island or something. Charge like a gazillion dollars per hour. No, no, let's just say I'm 60. You know, 60 is like you're not dead yet, but you're also not like too young, you know, like if someone's like 54, that's kind of like Gen Alpha, kind of cringe. You know, I don't want people to think like I'm a kid or anything. What do you think of Mark Burnett YouTube art school? I think his stuff is pretty good. Like really good. But I don't know how it is as a school. Because I've never taken it. I don't know what the content is. But I would say if I were to buy a course, and that's one of my choices, there's not a lot of chances I'll regret the choice. Like if I don't do well in the course, it's probably because I didn't put enough effort into it, if that's the case. Um, not not a problem with the course. In fact, most like well-known courses, it's probably sufficient for most people. Uh, and like as long as you put in the time and effort, it'll be fine. Like how I put this, a lot of content online these days are very good, whether it's paid or not. Unpaid content, you kind of have to filter through a lot of really bad stuff, but most of it is pretty obvious if you just like go with recommendations. Are you using it for reference? No, I showed the reference earlier in the stream. You can scroll back and look at it. I'm doing a study for reference. So what I want to do is I want to be able to draw more realistically, like be able to not just do it all the time. But I feel like my skill is a bit lacking. Like every time I think, oh, I improved quite a bit and maybe it's enough, I see someone that's completely cracked out of this world. I'm just like, I want to say feeling inadequate. I'm just like, I could be doing more right now. And I know I have the capacity to do more because I don't get burnouts. And like, why am I not doing it? So, like, I want to, and it's fun. So yeah, that's why I'm gonna take it more seriously. Like, you know, at this point in the art career, I'm like, I would think I'm okay. Like, a fundamental is pretty solid right now. And then there's always that, one random guy with like the most random Twitter username, and they barely speak English, and it's just like completely destroys my perception of the world, or like the at least the field. I'm just like, ah, man, I gotta start over. Or like I gotta recalibrate what I think is my progression should be. No, I'm not saying I'm not good enough. There's no such thing as not good enough. Like I could stop right now, right? I could make fan art that, most of the fan art that I make would be something I like. But I look at art that I see now I really like. I'm like, oh, I didn't think you could do that before, and I'm just like, well, I want to do that. That's like purely from I want to do that. It's not like, oh, I have to get better. You don't. I don't have to. Yeah, I can teach art fine right now, but I want to make stuff I want to make. How you change your whole perspective? What do you mean? Like recently? Or do more tutorials? Like I said, tutorials are nice and all, but I don't. The reason why I don't do as many tutorials right now, or none at all, is because there's so many out there already. Like just go look one up. You don't. I don't need to be making a new one just because I want views on my channel. Like sure, if I just make like 10 of those really popular clickbaity ones, like, oh, how to draw eyes, how to draw an anime face, and how to you know whatever, like popular tutorials out there, I'll just remake it. Yeah, sure, that'll gain traction, but it's not very useful because there's so many out there already. Okay, my brain needs to function a little bit faster because I'm getting like when I talk, my move set is not as efficient. I can tell. Yeah, I'm glad it helps some people. And I say some because some people genuinely don't think it helps, and my condolences, I guess. But I guess it says something about like different people learn with different like ways or different methods of learning. I just thought I want to provide like a healthy overview of how painting works. But I think some people expect like very quick results, and I I don't promise that because there's no way to get really quick results sustainably. And what you want is like good long-term learning process or progress, not like, oh, I'm gonna be like Con Liu tomorrow. It's not it's not how it works. Oh my god, please. I just realized or remembered how much longer it takes me to paint while I'm streaming because I have to share my two brain cells between reading chat, thinking about what to say, like saying real words, and painting. And I can barely do one of those things. So, oh, okay. Where did you post the ref in Discord? So there's this vault, and then there's a ref section for the vault. I mean, you'll get quick results in the beginning, and then you'll hit like a plateau sometimes. It's not like you can shoot straight to like your potential max. You don't really want to do that anyway, but the limitation is kind of your like your eyes. Yeah, you gotta develop like your eyes over time. It's not something that would change very fast. And we're so like naturally people like to symbol draw. If you guys don't know what symbol drawing is, you can look it up, but I fall into that sometimes. Not as obvious when I do it. And because of that, people can't tell, but also like I can't fix it as easily because it's not obvious. Um, but it's there. Most painters run into this kind of issue. There's very few that don't. I wish my love and addiction for art came back. I don't think it's like if you have it, it will just come back. If it doesn't, then yeah, just find something else you like to do. It's not like you have to draw. You could have other interests. See, yeah. Yeah, I do like more dark paintings. Yeah, I've seen Suishita for like some people's mentioned it to me, like it has the same feel to it. Funny thing is, I never studied him, but we might ended up studying the same thing. And probably have like overlapping taste. My God, what is going on? So difficult. Okay. Yeah, atmosphere feels it's kind of right now, but it's going in the right direction, but something's off. So I should definitely not do details right now. Oops. Yeah, I know. Tokyo Ghoul. I want to learn to better draw these really complicated stuff, like complicated paintings, because I mean it's cool. What the heck? Oh, I was using like a lower opacity version of the brush, and it's screwing me up a little bit. Mm, you don't need an addiction. Like a lot of really big artists that have a lot of output, they don't draw every day. Some of them would hate drawing if they drew every day. Yeah, I don't draw every day. I just draw often. But I only don't draw every day because there's other stuff I need to do. If I could, I'd probably draw every day. Except when there are good games that come out. Like, I don't want to call Blue Protocol necessarily a good game because it's still gacha, but Blue Protocol is fun at the moment. Yeah, I do wonder like how many people would be actually interested in paid mentorship. I can't imagine too many because I know a lot of people draw for fun. It's like a hobby. Even if it is, you can get mentorships, but there is enjoyment in just trying to figure it out on your own. Hmm. I mean, a lot of times I think it's your like the standard you hold yourself to at each stage of the painting. Well, some people would think like, okay, like I do the rough sketch and the big shapes are off, but I'll fix it later in the rendering stage. And you just think, no, it doesn't have to be good right now. Which is okay to think of sometimes because um the rendering doesn't have to be good very early. But the big shapes cannot be off. And I just realized that a lot of people don't know what that means. Because I mean I didn't know this before because I didn't teach before, but now that I've taught for a bit, feels like you can give people instructions, like exactly how to learn and how to get better paintings, and they would try their best to do it. But uh, they don't get the same results or the results you intend them to get, or they intend to get because they don't fully understand the instruction. And you can give it in perfect, plain English, very clear, but there are some things that you can't objectively state very easily, or at least it's not fair to state objectively. And that actually slows down how people learn. I used to sketch line first. I sketched line a little bit before, and then I realized I didn't like it. It's too slow, so I stopped doing that. And not that slow is bad. It's just like it's boring to me. Better to start something rough than quit in the beginning trying to be perfect because you get too frustrated. Yeah, so the way I paint, I don't get frustrated because I know what I'm looking for. I know there's a very obvious and clear way to get to it. Um, but a lot of people think of trying to get perfect big shapes uh, inefficiently. It's like they're not looking at the right things to fix. And I can see painters who, at least for realism and reference painter, I can see it when they know what they're looking for, and I know they're gonna be progressing pretty well in throughout a painting, and those who don't, if they haven't found it yet, I guess. I think with enough time, anybody can improve on that. Just depends on if they actually put in the time. You ever think about building a world of your own? Sometimes, but it's not my main interest. I like fine art, like standalone pieces, and I like the technical aspect of the like the craftsmanship of painting. Not, I guess that makes me less of an artist and more of a draftsman, but that's fine. What do you do if a drawing looks bland or boring? You have to figure out why you think it's boring to you. That's these are some things that are preferential. I can't answer it directly for you. Because something that looks boring to me might not look boring to you, and vice versa. So, right, add some noise. Are you talking to me or him? Because that's a very random advice. Like, what if they don't want it to be noisy? Like, that's not gonna fix. Like, if any random person comes up to me and says, my drawing's boring and I want to make it more interesting," I can't just tell them, "Oh, just add more detail, make it noisy, or use textured brushes." That's very generalized, and it probably won't work for more than half the people, or maybe exactly half the people. Oh, thanks. Okay, I want to make sure. I'll make it 100% sure that I like the large shape this time. Because I shouldn't be preaching what I don't do. So I'm actually gonna do it. The golden ratio. Wait, at the shooting range. Hold up. All the time. Every time I have to aim at something, golden ratio. It's obvious. I mean, who doesn't do that? Filters can be a good intermediate step to making something more interesting, but that's only if you know how to make it interesting already. So these are just tools. Um, like if you don't know how to do something, no amount of automation is gonna make you be able to do it. AI bros are coming at me with pitchforks as we speak right now. So they're about to crash out. But it's true. You can't tool your way to interesting. My shot grouping, it's just one hole. My grouping is actually sub 1 MOA though. On a good day, to be fair. If it's windy or too cold, then I can't use 1 MOA. But okay, let's get the colors more color more more correct. Yeah, the reason why you don't use sharpening as a, like a go-to tool for making pieces interesting is because your piece should be interesting without the filters. Don't want to rely on like these quick fix tricks to make your art interesting. Not only would it not work, but now you're not even practicing the art. Yes, I have reference. It's on Discord. It's also on the earlier parts of the stream. Yeah, I don't know if I can get 1 MOA on the color wheel. Uh, I didn't want to use the Liquify, but I guess I'd rather use it early. Early than not. Than late, I mean. I didn't even save yet. Okay, so I'm at 40 minutes. It's a little bit slow. That's okay. Good shapes equals good picture. Yeah, that's true. I did matte painting a long time ago, but I basically don't do that anymore because I like painting. I like painting the stuff myself. Matte painting takes away some of it. Uh, so in a sense, I don't do matte painting anymore. I still photo bash sometimes, but I photo bash so hard that the only thing left is the color theme, if even the color theme. So it's not really useful as a method for matte painting, like plated painting, whatever you want to call it. So, what software do I prefer? I'd say overall, I think I'm starting to prefer CSP more because I can paint with it and the lines are cleaner. But there are some post-processing methods that are just much smoother on Photoshop, unfortunately. Um, and then this is like system limitation for the software. It's not like they can't fix it, it's just they don't. I don't know why. And I can't draw straight orthogonal lines on Clip Studio by default. I think there's a way to do it. I just never set it up. This arm looks very awkward even with the sketch. So I think I'm just gonna need to make it a bit more blurry so I can reestablish the form and shape. Hate drawing with lines. What do you miss in CSP? What would you bring anything from Photoshop? Okay, so to make CSP completely replace Photoshop for me is pretty easy. Make the brushes not lag, like don't have a system limitation on it. Just let it lag if your system lags. Or at least make it an option to turn it off, the system limitation. But that would be one. And then the other one is make the transform tool a little faster or a lot faster. Like if I select something and I want to move it, let's say, okay, for example, I select something like this, right? And then I copy and paste and I want to make it bigger. There's more lag with this on Clip Studio Paint the bigger it is. So let's say I want to do like a very big area, right? And I copy and paste and I try to move it. Look how much lag there is. This is unusable for photo bashing methods. I teach art in Procreate, but I don't use Procreate in its full capacity because I teach fundamentals in painting in Procreate, but I did use Procreate for I still do. Out of the three, I like Procreate the least. Yeah, Clip Studio, some processing tools are very slow. It makes it unusable. Like I avoid using the transformation tool quite a bit on Clip Studio Paint. What happens in a paid mentorship? Well, I look at how you draw and I try to make you better. In short, and by giving you feedbacks and stuff, and that's tailored to you, like exactly where you're at right now. Whereas as a class, you're supposed to do more like standardized materials, and you learn slower because now you have to wait till everybody else catches up. I also try to figure out like what style you want to achieve and what tools you need to achieve those styles, or what you need to practice to achieve those styles. So in terms of action, I will have to watch you paint like somewhat regularly, and then I'll give you feedbacks, both finished products and as you paint. So if you decided on a style and I study the style a little bit, I try to figure out like how to do it. And once I figure it out, I try to see what you're missing. And then as you paint, if you deviate too much from an efficient path, I correct it. Like I try to not make you go too far, wasting your time doing a like ineffective studies and ineffective like methods. And ideally, you'll learn faster than if you to learn it on your own. But yeah, it's not like you still have to put in the work. So I can't help you draw. I think that's what most mentorship are or should be. You're basically like, let's say there's an artist, for example, me, who's like more technically equipped or more experienced technically, and you're borrowing their eyes to spot problems that you can't spot right now. So you can improve at a higher rate. These are online. So these mentorship I'm talking about are online. I don't offer like really in-person mentorships, but at the same time, I treat my students kind of like the in-person ones. I treat it almost like a mentorship, even though it's a classroom setting, if I have time. But for a mentorship session, I'd say I wouldn't take more than like two or three people at a time because I can not look at more than two or three streams at the same time and actually focus. Uh, That's also why I charge more for mentorships than classes. I mean, most people do. iPad app Art Studio Pro feels really good. I have no idea. Never tried that one. Teach courses. Do you mean teach courses, or are you working as? I am working as a teacher. I have my own art classroom. It's a small one. It's local. I teach mostly kids. Um, that's a it's both a blessing and a curse. The amount of brain rot kids are equipped with these days is staggering. And that's coming from someone like me who's chronically online. Like for a normal person of age or older, like working age, like who's already been like experienced part of society, I'm pretty much as chronically online as they come. And yeah, these kids are something else. Some of them, not all of them. And I mean that in a worst way possible. Like, dude, get your kids off the internet sometimes. Most of you here probably don't have kids, but colors are incorrect. I'll give it a second. What is the price range of these mentorships usually? So for an hour of active mentoring, mine is gonna be $60. They range anywhere from like I've seen as low as $30. I've seen as high as like like $200 an hour. But you wouldn't really need that many hours. So like let's say you draw for an hour. I only need to see like an hour of drawing, and then I'll give you a feedback as we go. And then if you finish a piece, I will probably look at it and give like 30-minute feedback, and that would be like every week or something. If you're really like very productive, then maybe every like twice a week or something. You wouldn't really need that much more than that. Like you can't benefit much from it if you do more. It's not like, oh, if I do mentorship for like 50 hours a week, I'll improve faster. There's a limit to how much your brain can actually absorb. Why color off? Hmm? Mm. I can't even understand what my nieces and nephews are saying. Yeah, you know, like I know most of the memes out there on the internet. They're not even memes anymore. It's just like most of the internet language. And all the lores and where they come from. And even then, I'm just like, how is like some of these are just straight up not funny. Low tier jokes. Not not just joke, but low tier content. And is the mentorship just for painting? I don't recommend taking the mentorship for anything else because I am a painter. If you want to do like anime cell shading, like find someone else because I would probably be able to help you to a degree, but in terms of workflow, I don't do that workflow, so you'll probably be better worth your money to find a like someone who does that workflow. Like yeah, sure, I can mentor you in like archery or something, but probably stick with painting. Like just mm, I don't know. I could do oil painting mentorship, but I feel like oil painting mentorship should be done in person because it's a physical medium. And like I have to show you how to move paint. Uh, so that's also not very useful. I should use round brush. Round brush. There you go. I'll switch to round brush in a while. For a bit. So I feel like the flat brush is getting too repetitive. Do you have mentorship for Gen Alpha language? I need to preserve the few brain cells I have left, so I'm gonna have to say no. I get enough of that, like radiation exposure in my actual art, like in-person art class, that I don't need any more of it. So that's gonna be a no for me, dog. Oh, hi. How many Undertale per fortnight is this content? Yeah, yes. Okay. I need to constantly remind myself the amount of good painters there are out there and the stuff that they're doing. And I want to do those things. So when I think it's good enough, it's probably not good enough, because if I think of good enough right now, that means I'm stuck at this, like whatever I'm doing right now. I'm not gonna improve. So gotta push myself out of the comfort zone. Have to leave the comfort zone. In fact, maybe we should never be in the comfort zone to begin with. I always say, like, more. They say no pain, no gain. So more pain, more gain. Am I right? Okay. Okay, let's think what I have to do now for now, because I can just keep painting brainlessly and critique at the end, but then that means I improve once per painting. But if I critique in the middle of a painting, that's like compound interest. Now we're talking like big money. And we like compound interest, unless it's held against us, then you don't want that. This is 4,000 pixels height, and I think 2,800 length. Yeah. So okay, let's look at this and then see what's wrong with this image here. Okay, I see this upper part, like the chandelier. I like jewelry chandelier on this upper part is a bit weak in terms of contrast and shapes. So like it's a little bit blurry, and there are some areas that need not be blurry. So I need to fix that. Also, it's a bit dark but glowy. It's like a shiny. So the dark is enough, but the shiny is not. What else? Same with this part actually. There's some ambient occlusion on the cloth, and I'm just not including that right now. Let's paint that in as we go through the problems. Because I don't see why I shouldn't just fix it as I see it. Let's fix it. Let's fix it right now. There's no time to waste. Okay, so we add a little bit of the shiny. It's like a little bit green. It's mostly on top. It's a little bit blurry, and we have these sharp shapes that is just the very backgrounds, and it makes the chandeliers or the jewelry stick out more. So I need to make that separation really clear, and I can only probably do it out of lasso tool later, but I want the overall color and saturation to be correct before I go in and do the crazy nerd stuff. Don't want to commit too early. How many layers are you? I don't know, like one, two layers, three layers, and then I merge down. So there's really no need for layers for most of the time. So there's this part. The head is, or the hair is a little bit too high, I think. So, okay, you know what? This is easier if I just did that. Yeah. Oh, oh, what's going on? Okay. Why do you guys want to see the reference so much? And it's always going to be on Discord when I paint from now on. Not that I will paint very often, but on the stream, I'll try to put it there all the time. Mm. Wow, the comment section is getting dissed. You guys gonna take that? I mean, I'm just here to draw. The eyes is a little bit too lacking contrast, but I don't really like adding sharp contrast anyway. So maybe I'll just clean up the shapes. But I feel like the shapes are accurate enough for me to push it more here. How I choose color is just like a lot of it is experience. I can kind of explain it, but it has something to do with comparative colors. How much should one be studying a day or drawing? I mean, it depends what you want to do with it and what's your like appetite for drawing and studying. Now, it's pointless if it's not fun to you. If it's not fun, don't do it. I open mentorship. Yeah, I'm thinking of opening it soon. I never used smudge tool because smudge tool is not that useful. Blend and smudge is way too overrated. You know, you have pressure opacity already. I wouldn't say don't use it, just try not to overuse. Most people who use blend tools regularly overuse blend tools, as far as I can tell. Um, Toasty toast. Technical stuff in 2 and 3. I don't know if you can get through all the technical stuff in 2 to 3 days, even if you talked for 48 hours straight. But the problem is not the information. The problem is like tailored to each individual. You don't need every single piece of knowledge out there. You only need the ones that that are relevant to you. Just realized I have not switched to round brush yet. I mean, you can, but it's just less control. Personally, I think digital blend tools are kind of terrible. You make a blending tutorial or something. I don't blend. This is with reference. I study with reference. I almost never study without reference because it wouldn't be called a study. What would I be studying? Myself? I mean, I guess I can study off like real life reference. I just like look at in person, which I do sometimes, but you know how bad it is to touch grass, right? So I don't do that. Hey, imagine touching grass in 2025. It's almost 2026. Did you guys draw a lot this year? I slacked off in the beginning-ish of the year. I say slack off, but really I was just a bit busy. But feel like I wanted to practice more. Um, let's do soft round. Or round, not soft round. Most of the time you should be using references. I mean, there are ways to use references incorrectly, and then like okay, I'm a very hard advocate of don't use grids when you're drawing. Like, you know the grid method? I'm sure you guys heard of the grid method. And like some schools teach it, they encourage you to use it, and some school like require you to use it like in some exercises like the grid exercise. And I think that's just terrible advice. Like okay, if you're like a child and you can't really you never drawn before and you don't really know how to hold a pencil, you just want to practice the medium. You want to practice like copying stuff. Then yeah, sure. Try the grid method a few times, but try to graduate from it as early as possible because it will just hurt you in the long run. Okay, for huge paintings, I understand. Like you do the painting on digital, and then you do the grid because you're painting on a wall, which I've done before. Painting on a wall like that's 20 feet across. Uh, yeah, use the grid method because you need to transcribe it, and you can't see it without like perspective warping. Then yeah, but if you're using the grid to copy something on the computer, like don't waste your time. Why is grid bad? Okay, if you paint a painting and you grid it, then you're breaking down the painting into like let's say 4 by 4, 16 different paintings, so that you can get more accurate. On paper, that sounds like okay, why is that bad? Well, you're getting more accurate from essentially using a ruler. If you're using a ruler, you're drafting, you're not painting. So you lose the practice. Like, yeah, you get a bit more accurate results versus not using the grid right now. But someone who's not using the grid and try their best to paint with reference, then they would improve much faster than someone who uses the grid and get better results each time. I don't think people understand how studying works. So studying is you trying to get better at something, right? Like you find something you are not good at and then you try to get better at it. It doesn't mean make a really nice image to get a lot of likes. Like that's not effective studying. Yeah, just because a lot of people like your stuff doesn't mean you're improving. And people need to make that distinction. I don't have a Wacom. I have a Huiyang. It's 27-inch. I wish the screen was bigger, not gonna lie, but it's also expensive, so. Yeah, if you've never heard of the grip method, good for you. The only people who would benefit from the grid method are complete beginners who are most likely kids. If you're adult, you most likely drawn more than once. If you're drawing now, like don't use the grid method. Hey, if you want to, I can't stop you, but I would never recommend anybody to do it. It's just do you ever trace? Uh, by trace, if you mean drawing stuff over an image, then I've probably done it like a few times, like a handful of times over the past decade. Uh, I also don't recommend it, but it's much better than doing the grid method. They're two different things, but if you pick one crime to commit, then uh, structural tracing is the one because it's actually kind of useful. But you could just straight up draw the figure, for example, and then trace over, not trace over, draw the figure first and then do the structural drawing over the figure that you just drew. Now you get double the practice. Yeah, yeah, I think I would as well, but some people, the number is very important to them. So if that's the only thing that motivates you to draw right now, you're like, I need the numbers, then I guess, yeah, try it out. But I feel like people like that would burn out faster. And like I said, you don't have to force yourself to like drawing. It's just a hobby for most people. Like if you don't like drawing for what it is, like you just want the numbers, then you're probably not gonna get very far, and you probably don't want to anyway. Like it's okay not to have the hobby. It's okay to, do different things. Like if someone asked me to go skiing, I wouldn't really, I mean, I'll probably find it interesting. Okay, let's pick something. Mm, if someone asked me to go watch sports and drink, like that's not my hobby. It's okay for me to not do it. It's just like how it's okay to like if drawing is not something they enjoy and the only satisfaction they get is from internet points, then maybe find something else to do. It's okay. There's no shame in that. But if you really like art and drawing, like that's what you want to do, then find a efficient way to do it. Find an efficient way to learn. Don't get caught up with the internet points because that's less important. Doing a lot of gestures and short figure drawings. Depends on where you are. Most likely, it is inefficient to do a couple hours of gestures and figure drawings. Most people, that's not what they need right now. So, okay, the lighting is okay. Um, but the color is weird. Like, it doesn't have enough substance. The color looks kind of dead. I want to fix that. There's more yellow here. I guess put some higher saturation, like slightly higher saturation yellow here. And then well, too much. I don't want to rely on contrast too much. And hmm, let's find the form first. I'll look at the chat in a bit because I gotta figure this out. Huh. I'm exaggerating the shadow too much because I'm like overcompensating for what I think it is. So this is what I mean by symbol drawing. Like you see shadow, you draw shadow, but sometimes it's not really that dark. Now, this is kind of the reason why I think me offering mentorship has some value to many people who want to paint. Um, I'm picky. That's why. So if you're picky with like stuff that just looks off, then you can see more things that you kind of would want to fix either now or in the future, and that's what helps you improve. If you don't see a difference, then you can't improve because you don't even know what you're trying to work on. So That's what I mean by you're borrowing my eyes to improve because I'm used to seeing more things at the moment than most painters that are looking for mentorships. So I'm just rambling without looking at the chat. I just want to focus on this a little bit. I want to get the feeling of the dress. Oh, this is more green. And then oh man. Okay. Okay, let's take a break and look at chat for now. But I think I need breaks in between so I can see it more objectively. Okay, let me fix the face right now because I just saw something very off about it. Hmm. It's like a little bit off. Okay, we'll leave it at this for now. And we'll save it in case it crashes for no reason. Would you wait? Hold on. Let me read this. A 27 inch is huge, my guy. You got long arm. 27 inches, not that big. Did you ever do tracing? Okay, I read that already. You say studying a replica side by side first, and then do another mood, subject, color, expression change is good. Yeah, it's good practice. Tracing images like tracer sketch. Improve the line art. Okay, improving line quality, I believe, is like training line quality specifically, I think is mostly, I want to say mostly, it's kind of a waste of time. Because what you want is good art, not just good lines. So just train the art. You'll train the lines if you're doing line art. You don't have to isolate them. In fact, it's almost impossible to isolate them. Like, what is good lines? Good lines is lines that make good shapes, that conveys the right shapes and the. So a lot of people think like line quality is like if I have really smooth lines, like really straight and smooth lines. That's not necessarily true. What if I wanted to convey a curvy surface, a straight line is not going to do a good job. So don't forget to flip your canvas. I actually don't flip my canvas very often. I don't like I thought I wanted to, but then I don't really want to. Here, I'll flip it for now. Like there's not a lot of issue, and most of the issue I can see without flipping. So I don't really want to flip it. I know that's against like common knowledge. But I don't have a good reason for why I don't like flipping canvases, aside from the fact that, like it's now you're viewing it differently. It's not the same, but I don't have a good reason for it. I still flip it, just not often. Like I don't like constantly flipping. Like a lot of people like flip it a lot. So just like I want to rely more on my senses to pick up the differences without flipping. How long you learn value? Oh my God. I've practiced value for, I mean, for a long time, but I don't know how to count it. But I restarted studying really hard like about 5 years ago, and I studied, I'll say value for 3 years, 3 years straight, almost like exclusively values, black and white. You can see in my Instagram. I deleted some of them, but a lot of them are still there. You can see a period of time where I just did black and white. And I think that's a good practice for color, not gonna lie. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. But yeah, I'll come back and read more chat. So if you have any questions, just type it and I will read it in order and hopefully not miss anything. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Oh, I don't think there's that many. Yeah, there's like one comment. Hold on. How do you do your art studies? Decide what kind of practice you need, or what you're weak at. Maybe I can give a longer answer, but I won't for now. So it'll take me like an hour just to talk through it. Oh, anti-meme. Yeah, sometimes I go look at random Twitch streams, like painters Twitch streams. Okay, I'm gonna get started painting again. Uh, or at least looking at the painting first. There's a bunch of stuff that's off. Let's fix it. Let's, as in me, I fix it. Where the heck? It's my brush window. Huh? Oh, because I'm on liquefied though. No, Ganyu. Uh, hold on. You don't know that yet. I'm not done with the painting. It could be Ganyu still. Let's get the important parts First, the lighting. I gotta remember not to do too much details. So tempting to detail it. But I will probably ruin the painting if I detailed it even now. It's too early. Usually I stop when I feel like I'm adding doing too much of the details and it's not improving. I don't really set a time limit usually. I'm drawing pretty slow right now. Not really rushing for the result. I listen to stuff when I paint. I just don't have it on the stream because I don't want to get spammed with copyright stuff. Zoom out is good for painting, yeah. I listen to all kinds of stuff. It's hard to just pick a word for it. A lot of electronic music, but some weird ones. Quiet. No, I'm still not gonna play music though. I don't know why my arm hurts. My elbow hurts. I didn't even do anything. I think it's an injury from a long time ago. Well, not that long, like a year or so ago. where I got like a mild case of acute tendonitis from exercising incorrectly. It's kind of annoying. Yes. There is a reference, yes. It's good about making a figure in your style with you following the process. What? What do you mean? You gotta rephrase that. Yeah, I mean, I guess watching someone else draw could be pretty boring because the process itself is pretty slow. Right? And I'm not much of a if I'm draw when I'm drawing, I'm not much of an entertainer. I just wanted to draw. But it's one of those streams where I'm just gonna draw and people find it interesting, then they watch it. But other than that, I'm not talking much because it's painful mostly. And if I talk, I'll just be complaining about the pain. It's like annoyingly painful. Not like, oh, I'm gonna die. It's just like it's there constantly. So but I will answer questions if anybody's got questions. I'll try to answer. Can't guarantee I'll have answers for all of them. Oops. Oh, printing and painting. Yeah, that would be cool, but I don't like what exactly do you want me to do? Oh, shoot. What technique? What technique are we talking about? I I have no idea what you're referring to. Yeah, but I don't want you to do like a bunch of work, like free labor. You can probably make some stuff out of my existing stuff if you really want to, but I feel like that's a lot of work though. Uh, this one classical painting like Mona Lisa. Um, no, I don't have a specific technique name to draw the skin. I just draw whatever it looks like. It's not. There's no. There's no secret sauce here. Oh, the color is off. Hmm. Oh, thanks. Glad you like the stuff. I feel like I'm gonna start struggling soon. Or am I? Am I struggling? So Adneti 5566. Yeah, if you're asking for permission to use my stuff to make figures, go ahead. Like, feel free to use any of them. But if you're asking me to make like a reference sheet, I probably won't do it because I don't like making reference sheets. Which one do you think is better, sketching digitally or traditionally? Sketching wise, traditional has more satisfaction. It's like you're touching the paper and stuff. But I think for efficiency, digital is better, faster. I think I need to detail now. Maybe. I hope it's not a mistake in judgment. Yeah. I hope it's not a bad idea. Have any advice on how to? I have not seen Berserk actually. Any advice on how to draw hard and thin shadows, like gap between two objects? Well, you answered your own questions. Just do a really hard and thin line or shape. Use like a very solid brush or something. It's not. Yeah, there's nothing more complicated than, or yeah, it's not more complicated than that. So. Oh my God, I'm in pain. It's not annoying. Do a round brush for a little bit. I play some games sometimes. But not a lot anymore. Well, recently it's a little bit more because Blue Protocol just came out. But other than that, no. I mean, I could play some rhythm games, but I haven't been doing that either. Yeah, I need to get these uh semi-transparent looking cloth in. So kind of important. I'm losing some sharpness in the very highly like textured area, and it's not really textured. It's like there's a bunch of smaller shapes, and I'm not getting that feel in. I think there's a way I can kind of cheat it. The same way I draw hair. Let's give it a try. So, there's this really heavily textured parts here. And this is kind of a... There's some gradients, but a lot of it is very sharp shapes. Okay, let's test that out. So we can do that. I think that solves some of it. A lot of it, actually. I think if I just keep doing it, it'll solve all of it. Let's try it again. Yeah. Yeah, I think we found a solution. I forgot this is also a brush I made for this specific reason, the kind of like Reiki brush to get texture. But I can't overuse it because the texture itself is not that similar to what it looks like. I can only get like a little bit of shape in, but I'll have to block some of it back out so it doesn't look similar enough. The form is a lot better now. Do I photo bash my reps? No, I don't. Do you think you could closely replicate this style with a hard run brush? Yeah, I could. It'll take a little bit longer, maybe like 30% longer. So if it's like 6 hours, it'll take 8 hours or something. But I don't think it's a problem. Actually, let's see. Let's do a hard round brush or hard-ish round brush. But I think some parts are actually easier with a hard round. A lot of the parts actually. Like these harder shadows here. That looks much like it'll be done much quicker with a round brush. So this is round brush right now. If I can cut this shadow in, super easy. And yeah, you do have to draw each individual shape, but there's really not that many shapes that is crucial to a piece. Because like once it gets too small, it's texture, and so for example here, there's a lot of smaller shapes that I don't really want to deal with, and I can just lasso it out, like just that feeling of the shape, not the exact shape. And once I get that, I can, oops, do this, and it'll give me most of the feeling of the shape I want. So I mean, this is still round brush, right? But with lasso, I can get a lot of stuff done. Like I can cut this much cleaner, like this outline, and then this outline. Let me try this outline, and then make it somewhat transparent. Or just make it transparent manually. And if I overlay some textures, not textures, but shapes over it, like this, we get a pretty good feel. So yeah, you could do it with round brush. It doesn't actually take much more work. It's just you have to understand you have to understand how to cut the shapes. And it doesn't matter what brush you use. As long as you understand how to cut the shapes, you can get, as long as you have like a decent, like any normal brush, you'll get a way that you can use the brush to get the shape that you need. The problem is understanding what shape you actually need. Most people get stuck there, not not uh, not the brush. So yeah, like I said, I can just and keep just cutting shapes out. Just doing like basic, very basic lasso. Let's make this part clear. So I want this part clear. So I take this color. The chair texture is a little bit questionable right now, but I think this cuts out the foreground quite well. Let's keep going with cleaning up this shape. The silhouette is pretty important, so I'm gonna spend some time just get that edge. Oops. Okay, so that's okay. The week is okay. Been okay. There's a lot of small shapes here, so oh snap, don't do that. I want to see if, man, this menu is really annoying. Is there a way to, no, there isn't. Okay. I mean, I could do this and then move the menu average down, but let's do a little bit of the shape. I just need a lot of very sharp shapes here because it's so different from everywhere else. And then oh, oh, mm, mhm. Some of these details. I don't want to like spend the time to do every single shape the same way as the reference because I think that's at some detail level that's kind of useless. Our brain sees it as just kind of like texture anyway, so there's no reason for well, there's not a lot of reason for me to actually cut out every shape accurately. Um, either too blurry or it's just too sharp and high contrast. There's like no, it's so hard to get in between, like balance it well. I wonder if I can just like do this. There's no way it's that easy, right? Hmm. Lacking color, and the color is just, it's like it looks tasteless right now, at least. Mm. Uh, do I grind 24/7? The banner is inspired by Leon Decker. Yes, it's actually a study of Leon Decker's art. Um, Except I turn it into my OC. Do you grind 24/7? Um, not 24/7. I sleep, but uh, I do it a lot because I enjoy it, and now it's kind of my work. When I say kind of, it's pretty much just that's what I do. I teach kids art, and then I also do freelancing commissions and stuff. So yeah, this part is too sharp. Whoa. Yeah, I drew with all the other stuff like day job and stuff. I don't have too much stuff going on, but I did work a lot before. I mean, if I count work or art as work, then I guess I still work a lot now, but I don't really count it as work. So at least my brain doesn't process it the same way. I What do I think about Lobster? I think it's pretty cool. I studied him a few times. Ooh, I'm running out of resolution actually. It's not enough for the details. My blueprints. Study values first. I think that's how I did it, and I think it's a good way to do it. Color theory is not what most people struggle with. Observation is what most people will struggle with. You can watch all the color theory videos you want, but if your observation is off, then you're gonna have a hard time doing references for mood boards and getting the colors right. Yeah, in my Discord channel, there's Discord server. There's a crit log that has progressions and stuff. But I mean, it's not like 100% true for everybody. It's just what I think is like an order of importance from my like personal experience. Uh, what kind of link are we talking about? Sure. Oh, have I ever considered a Sonic fan? Uh, no. I honestly don't understand the fascination of like Sonic. There's like so many fans of it. And I don't think I ever will. Why not discuss it at the idea? Just I can't imagine myself drawing Sonic stuff. Like I like the games because I used to play them, but it's like as a character, like aesthetically, I don't find it interesting, and I don't get what people's like Sonic fans taste in Sonic fan arts either, because I've seen them. It's like I don't get it. I don't know how to describe it, but uh, what about Google's? 3 to 5 hours is a good estimate. I really like Uwe's art, or Guise. I don't actually know if that's how you pronounce his name, but I have an art book from him, and he's like one of my favorite artists all time. My tablet is 27-inch 4K. Mm, besides work and it being fun, not really. No, I mean, what other motivation can you really have besides work and fun? I mean, someone could put a gun to my head and force me to draw. That would be motivation, I guess. But I nobody's putting a gun to my head, so it's fun, and I have art related work. So mm, I'm stuck. Biggest creative goal. I wanna I wanna paint better. That's the only goal right now. Um, I don't care much for like projects or like getting a specific goal. Like, oh, I want to publish something. Just I'd like to paint better. That's about it. Yeah, anybody can draw my character. It's not like I'm gonna go and hunt you down. You draw my characters. Have I ever thought about making a video game? Yeah, I have once upon a time, but I'm more interested in painting. Just because someone makes art like paints doesn't mean they have to be in some sort of project. That's not like an end goal for making art. I mean, for some people it might be, but it's not like, oh, everybody who paints strives to make a book or a game or a movie or whatever. That's like there's not a linear path to where, all painters want to be this. So I get that questions a lot, which is really weird to me. It's like, oh, like that, it's great that you paint and all, but but what do you want to do? Like, I want to paint. That's it. This is what I want to do. I don't want to like I'm not painting so that I can make a game. I'm not painting so I can write a short novel. I'm not painting because, one day I can go into advertising or logo designs or animation. I want to paint. to to make paintings. That's the that's the product. The painting is what I am interested in. I mean, I thought about 3D, but I like painting it. It's like some people say, "Oh, if you do 3D, you can like add more stuff to your painting. It's, you can make anything out of 3D." Like, that's true. But then once I make it, I don't get to paint it anymore. So I'm kind of taking enjoyment out of painting just so that I can use other tools to get the stuff I want. Which, like, I don't want to do that. Like, yeah, maybe I'll have more nice shapes on the painting, but then it's less me painting, more of me modeling and putting it in the painting. But I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but that's how I think about it. Like for example, the motorcycle painting. Yeah, I can import a motorcycle and paint over it, but I can also just paint the motorcycle. It's not really a like I don't have technical issues with painting perspectives, so and I want to enjoy more of the painting, so I just hand paint it myself because it's fun. How do I feel about companies? Well, I can't stop them. I don't like it, but I can't do anything actionable about it. It's not like we can stop them from stealing stuff. And they've been stealing more than artwork. I mean, companies are kind of a like a hive mind. Their only purpose is to make money. And if they can make money by stealing, they would do it as long as they don't get fined for it. So yeah, it sucks. Yeah, that's actually really cool. I wish. Actually, do I wish? I wish I could do that, but I don't want it enough to put in the work for that because I'm not that interested into making my characters, more alive, like move. Oh man, like move and stuff. But yeah, it's great that some people want to do that. I want to paint. Am I being forced to teach you? My student? Why would I be forced? It's my art class. I literally own the business, so no, I would not be forced because there's nobody above me in my own company, so in my own small business, if you will. Favorite themes? Okay, I like the 70s Art Deco theme. in that game, like the gold embroidery. That is so cool. That's like I want that in my house. I want to see that every day. But you know, everything's kind of minimalistic these days, so it's like tasteless. Oh, what can you do? Why am I so quiet? Yeah, because my mic is far away. Like I don't want my mic to block my tablet. There, there, hold on. Is this close enough? Can you guys hear me now? Oh, you can put them in your paint. Yeah, yeah, I could. But it's different. Like, yeah, I can put them in painting, but I want to live in that environment. I don't necessarily want to paint where I am or where I want to be. Okay, I need to do some lassoing again. Hopefully this helps me fix the lack of sharp shapes easily. If it doesn't, then that sucks. Okay. Hopefully it does. Not completely. I don't stream very often. I especially now because I had a guy who was gonna train AI on my streams and my paintings. Like that was the threat on YouTube and Twitch, and that just straight up pissed me off. So I decided not to stream anymore, not stream much anymore because the population of trolls are increasing. It's like I screw it, I'm not gonna deal with it. So 'cause I specifically said if I get people like that in my streams, then I will just not stream. So if people want to play that game, then no streams, I guess, or much less. I just once in a while I'll stream. Yeah, it's not gonna work very well, just because people are like real people just come in here and like record my stuff and feed it to an AI. I don't know how useful that would be, but the fact that people are gonna come up and attempt that is annoying. I only stream because like people say they are interested in, or you guys are interested in watching me draw. That's the only reason I stream. But if it becomes too much of an inconvenience, then I would not stream. I'll still make videos, but I do have to draw the line somewhere. I wasn't like when AI started, I was like, okay, I'll keep posting. Like if people want to take my stuff and feed it to AI, there's not much I can do about it, but it's still within like a tolerable range. I'm just like, okay, fine, like whatever. It's not like I can completely stop that, but I stop it at like the process. Like people, have you guys seen like the fake AI generated like process time lapse? Like it fakes a painting process, right? Like, and that's something I care a lot about. So I won't. I'd rather not stream than have that happen. Yeah, no, they're pretty bad for now, but they can store it and train it over and over, and it'll get better and better. I'm sure it'll get better and better at like deceiving people, and the fact that these things are made for deceit only is like there are people out there that just want to watch the world burn, then yeah, they can just have less art in the world over time. No, no, like AI is tech right now. Like it's fine, whatever. But I think it probably has its uses, like actual uses. I just don't see it in terms of art at the moment. Not like commercially, yes. Creatively, no. Zero use. Well, that's hard to say. The references, like if you have AI references and like that's I think to a degree that's fine because you can't copyright a set of colors. Let's say you see an AI image and there's a palette, the color palette that you really like, or a composition that you really like. Like you're saying that because AI did it first, you are now barred from using that composition and that color palette. That's ridiculous. Because there's like just because someone drew something doesn't mean nobody else can use that set of colors anymore. If I wanted to do a study of Monet, I'll use colors that he likes, right? So, but that's where I kind of draw the line. It's like if you're saying, "Oh, I use AI to complete my drawing, like I do the detail, it does the details for me. I just provide a sketch," then yeah, then what are you even doing? Like, go home. Like, there's no craftsmanship, you know? Randomizer, I guess. I forgot what you said about AI. I remember seeing it somewhere. I don't remember what it was. Retopo and AI and what you call that? Yeah. Rotoscoping AI. That's good. That takes the actual like artless work in like in the art industry out, and that's a good usage, right? Like, or let's say I needed to generate a texture, a specific texture that I wanted to use for the dress, like, and I'll use that texture as I would use a normal photo texture. Then yeah, I could see the argument for it. I still won't use it for the same reason I don't use 3D in my paintings because I want to paint it myself. That's the fun part. Um, but if someone wants to use it, like AI to generate a reference and use the texture like Photo Bash, but they are still painting it, then I guess that's fine. Like, I would still consider it art, but I would still see it as like machine is taking away some of the fun parts, so like that makes no sense to me. But if you work in production, you're like there's deadlines, then yeah, sure, like understandable. Only 100 viewers. Wait, is it 100 viewers? Yeah, it's 100 viewers. Is I would say normal. I don't think I get more than like 150. I'm not gonna say VODs publicly just because of the reason I said previously. I don't want people to use this to farm like AI stuff. Like I don't want them to train on this, like the process itself, because I care about the process more than I care about the process more than I care about the final result actually. Because it's something I enjoy, so I don't want them to like. It's straight up just disrespectful. So I would not give them the too much opportunity to do that. It's crazy to me that these guys don't see it as disrespectful. It's completely insane, but well, I think AI itself has a process that it does, and I think it's kind of cool. But the people who are prompting it does not care how the AI generates it, and they don't care how they themselves generate it. So that takes away the artistry. Like it just like, there is none. But the fact that they believe that it is somehow artistry is um yeah, it's an insane behavior. I gave a write up, like kind of like a essay on why I think it's ridiculous. And honestly, the greatest punishment is usually to themselves, except if it's a company. Then, I don't like companies, big companies that they no longer exist to serve a like solution, like to provide solutions. They exist to make money off people. Yeah, I think if you use AI and you think that makes you an artist and you just keep going like that without diving deeper into the art, then you're kind of like your growth as an artist is stunted. Everybody has the potential to be an artist, not that that's a necessity for people, but I think if you don't try to use your brain, you just let the machine do the stuff, then you don't progress very far as an artist. Not like the art of prompting, like they call it. I think you can argue there's like a slim, like a sliver of artistry in there, It's like very surface level. But you can like develop that more if you just step away from it a little bit. But most of these guys will not. That's why they don't want to draw in the first place. They're afraid of the work involved. I mean, if you're afraid of the work involved, that means you don't really like it to begin with, and that's fine. Just don't do it. Just it's fine. Nobody's forcing you to draw. If you really like it, then you'll draw no regardless of what tools are out there. Ooh, I almost forgot. I need to buy canvases because I am running out of canvas. Oh, more like my students are running out of canvas. I'm not running out of canvas. So I was talking to one of my students recently, and she's like high school, right? And it made me kind of sad, but at the same time, I'm kind of afterwards, I'm like, oh, that's actually happy that they're understanding of themselves is beyond their age, at least compared to when I was back in high school. It's like, we were talking about like uh painting, and I really like painting. I could paint every day. I can paint all day, paint the rest of my life, and I wouldn't get bored because it's like one of the most fun things. It's not like most exciting, but it is fun. And after a while of thinking, she says to me, it's like, oh, I don't, she doesn't think that she likes painting that much. Like she's likes it enough to finish a painting that she likes, but it's never gonna be like, oh, I want to study to get better at painting. It's just like, oh, I want to paint this thing, and she's pretty good at what she does. But it's like, then I realized, like, you know, I don't think not as many people are as invested in painting as I am, and as invested in painting as some of the people I see on Twitter, because these people are they're how do I put it? They you're seeing a very small selection of people that have this particular interest in a very particular circle, and that makes me think like maybe I should change how I teach people, because like most people have a tolerance level and of practice and training. And once they pass that tolerance level, it's like it does more harm than good for them. Whereas I that tolerance level is kind of foreign to me. It's like because I'm not tolerating it. It's just fun. So very random thought. Be able to truly a creative, a truly intelligent machine. Probably AGI will solve that once it has its own experience and it can build its own preference. It's like outside the control of the people who created it. Then yeah, it will create. It will. I think it's inevitable that it creates art in of its own, like any type of expression that isn't one-to-one factual. I would consider it as art, and it will create it very easily. Very like the technical aspect is not a problem, but I think even a machine will run into the same issue as um, most high-end artists, like most experienced artists, or like they have to decide what looks good and conveys the exact message they want. So they have to think about like audience and viewership, and it'll get stuck there, I'm sure, for a very long time. Oh hi. Actually, pretty curious when and how that would happen, and I would be very interested in seeing how a machine would create art. Like I would want to talk to it and stuff and see how it thinks, but we're not really that close to that point yet, I think. Feedbacks from professionals. That's a hard one. There's always a budget. There's always a budget. And not if not budget of money, budget of time. It's like, are you willing to go to China and take 2 years off and do art? It's, it's hard to do get feedbacks from professionals because a lot of people are trying to get feedbacks from professionals and they don't have time. So what they do is they paywall it. And I would do the same, and I might end up doing the same because you do have to make a living. You can't just sacrifice your time for the greater good. Uh, so yeah, the quickest way is to pay for it. There's mentorship programs that you can just straight up pay for, and I'm thinking of starting something like that too. And a lot of professional artists has that. They have mentorship programs. Yes, so I would say once you create AGI and it's making art, it's no different than a human making art. It just has different biological composition. Like it's made of different stuff. But and maybe it will think a little bit differently. very differently and make very different art. Did I go to China? No, no, I didn't go to China. I learned on my own, and I never really got professional feedback. So what I did was I just became the professional, and I gave myself feedbacks. That's pretty much how it went. So yeah, I constantly give myself feedback now. Um, I'm getting better and better at it, I think. Yeah, but that's the slow way. The fast way is just to pay money. Yeah, I did the slow way. I have no regrets because I find it fun. If I were to do it again, I would do it again the same way. It's just probably be more efficient about it. Okay, so YouTube is a tricky thing. Uh, there's a lot of people making content on YouTube, right? And what the heck? Most of the content have some level of truth to it, but what the heck? But the problem is like anybody can make content. So how do you know when the content is good or bad? Like I've seen content that is genuinely like just bad, like bad advice given by people who don't really know what they're talking about. And people in the comment section agree because they also don't know what they're talking about. So they're just like, oh yeah, I've heard of that one before, so it must be right because I've heard it so many times on TikTok. And sometimes even like, you know, well-known people like Ethan Becker or Mark Burnett, they'll say these things and they will quote them, be like, oh yeah, Ethan Becker and Mark Burnett said these things as certain videos, and that's why this short is good for learning. Like they quote them, but they strawman. Usually they strawman it, so like they take it out of context. It's like, oh yeah, Ethan Becker says you need to, you know, I don't know what Ethan Becker said, but like, oh, you need to practice shape design. But then if you're an illustrator and you have problem even doing like the basic, um, like barg practices, and you just kind of skip from midway and like you practice that and 3 years later you don't see improvements, that's because you watched the tutorial, like the abridged version of a tutorial in the wrong order, and now you're stuck. Bad advice. Example of bad advice. Oh, you should study color theory. Like, take it at face value. If someone said, "Oh yeah, you should study color theory so you can paint skin better," well, no, no, you shouldn't study color theory to paint skin better because that won't help you paint skin or hair or whatever. Or something like, oh, you should find a brush that's really easy for drawing hair to draw hair. Most people can see that as a bad advice, but let's see what else. What other bad advice? Yeah, video recently about not needing a lot of practice to become good. Just observe things. That's not enough. What do you mean? You gotta rephrase that because that sentence didn't make sense to me. Okay, do not use ref is straight up wrong. So that's not even right in any context, or almost any context. There are situations where that could be right, but generally no. If you're testing your visual library, okay, yeah, sure. Like have some sessions where you specifically don't use reference and study, try to pull out of your brain, or you practice construction, you practice constructional designs and like industrial designs, functional designs. You can try to practice without reference. It's useful. Um, but that's only in context. And people would think if I said that and someone clipped that, they're like, oh yeah, Pluvian said don't use reference. It's good. And they make a whole short about it. And yeah. Yeah, TikTok and whatever. Like short form videos. The only purpose is not to they're not here to deliver you good peer reviewed information. Like that's secondary. The idea is to deliver like very easy to digest and also like very hookable content. So if you make like a bold claim, like, oh, if you learn this one secret about color theory, you'll leapfrog your coloring techniques by 3 years because quoted by Mark Burnett or Ethan Becker or whatever, and they'll strawman the hell out of it. So yeah, don't or be careful using sources like short form videos for tutorials. You can practice for years, but you won't get anywhere if you don't observe your objects. Yeah, and most people, even that statement, most people don't really understand what that means. Observation. You have to observe the all the fundamental aspects of a reference, like if it's people, the anatomy, the perspective, the color relationships, value hierarchy, composition. There's so many things you can study. And most people stop at like very surface level, like, oh, I just copy pixel by pixel, like I can get it to look exactly the same. And that even that's not, but that's like a good starting point. If you can get a picture to look almost exactly the same, that's a good starting point because the understanding is deeper than just like copying the 2D shapes. That's like it's just being able to copy things is a basic skill. It means you have functioning, adequate observational skills. Yeah. Who's my favorite online teacher? I think Gui's is really good, but his class is not for everybody. Do not clip this and say I'm talking crap about Gui's, but I say that because his class is very advanced. It's like for storytelling, but he skips a lot of like fundamentals because he expects you to know it already. Like just do foreshortening. Like you should be able to do foreshortening perfectly and just execute this idea. Like but if you don't know how to do that, it's like jumping into calculus class when you don't know algebra. You just it's not useful. Yeah, there's things better than understanding fundamentals of drawing. I mean, it's kind of a skill, right? Like you can always understand it better for most artists, including me, and even like your favorite artists out there probably would be able to get more and more accurate. There's a few exceptions where they're so good at observation, they're achieving photorealism without really doing any handicaps. I would say those guys would like, chill out a little bit with the fundamentals and actually do more art. But, if that's what they like, then more power to them. But you don't really finish fundamentals. And I'm not saying like, okay, you can never be good enough. Like nobody can ever be good enough. It's just you decide what style you need to draw in, and it has a requirement or like a optimized amount of fundamentals you need. And once you get to that point, it's like, okay, like stop grinding, start making art, because if you only grind fundamentals, it's not going to make your art much better at that point. Depends on what style you want and what you want to make. His class is on Colossal, yes. They'll say if you're confident about fundamentals, like you can achieve the styles you want, and you want storytelling, take his class. But if you think you're weak in perspectives, don't take his class, because like take something else first and then take his class. Like actually brush up on the fundamentals, because that, like, he would say something, you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, like, just do this, right? And you'll be stuck right there. Like you'll just be stuck because you don't know how to do this, whatever it is. And I think a lot of people on Colossal or other platforms, like they get stuck in this tutorial hell because they end up looking up too much tutorials that's either too easy for them or too difficult for them. And they don't know how to do it in order because they don't have guidance. So what happens is like they get stuck, like, oh, I gotta finish this tutorial, but I don't really know how because there's this one thing I'm not able to do. Like maybe my anatomy is not good enough, and like no matter how well I follow the tutorial, like I get stuck here and it just looks like crap, and the tutorial makes it look so easy. That's what I mean by like the information's out there, yeah, sure, but the the order and the curating makes a big difference. That's why people pay for classes, right? Because it's curated. It's like packaged so that you can actually get through it. But if you try really hard, you can find all the information online for free. Like you don't need to take any of the classes for money. In fact, I didn't take any class, right? So my experience with Paint Tool Site, it's nice. Like it's really small package. It's very easy to run. Um, I'm just not used to UI yet, and I don't know if I will try to get used to it because it's similar to Clip Studio in many ways and better than Clip Studio in many ways in terms of the processing for the brush. Like it's not laggy, very light, and but there are some things that I don't like about it because the UI has some limits with how big the color wheel can be, what color can the external background be, like this background. I can change it on Clip Studio, but I don't think I can change it on uh paint paint tool side. I did not try Rebel yet. I'm just like I could just paint oil. But I understand the appeal of Rebel. I just don't want to spend the money. If Rebel sponsors me, sure, I'll try it. But right now, I don't see a reason to try it. Only because, not only because I don't have, like, I have oil, but also because I don't really have, like, just free time to just try a bunch of things. I do hope if one day like they notice my existence and be like, oh yeah, you want to try Rebel, that would be really cool. But otherwise, I don't want to spend however much it is, like 200 bucks or something. Oh really? Wait, that's really cheap. I would buy it. Yeah, if it's that cheap, I'll buy it. I'll try it. Wait, are we talking about Rebel Pro? 'Cause I know there's like two versions. Um, I would want to get the Pro one just because I know the texture. There's like some 3D texture differences or whatever. Like the engine is different, or not different, locked. Some features. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I would definitely buy that. I do. I was interested in trying it, and I saw the price tag, and I was like, I have like four other software I could use. So no, no thanks. But yeah, the only software that ever really sponsored me was, well, not sponsored, but like collabed with me was Clip Studio Paint. That was really cool. And I did have some complaints with them, and I filed it with the whoever contacted me. But luckily, they didn't like take it hostilely, so uh, like they don't hate me, so it's okay. Yeah, I would work with Clip Studio Paint more, but I wish they took advice. 'Cause they don't take advice. Not from me at least. Let me see if I can move this up without penalties. Oh yeah, I can. Interesting. Not much detriment to repaint some of these. That's okay. Okay, let's get a little bit into the details. Just a little bit. Keep hitting my mic. Look, that guess it's not like picking up. Mm. It's not bad, but like some of these colors are too dead. Like the transitions are too dead. So I'm gonna do. Here, let me try. Let me try a little funny trick here. Um, let's try. Let's try overlay. It's pretty easy to control colors and overlay. Yeah, just need a little bit more flavor in the colors. Maybe the transition for the colors. So right now it's like very low dimensionality for the color changes, the hue changes, I mean. But I could squeeze a little bit more out of it without making it look too chaotic. Like this is too chaotic. All right, like too sharp of a change. Actually, I think I need color there. This is easier to tone it down. This part is more. Okay. Ooh, okay. I'm testing my eyes here. This part is like kind of dull looking. I think that both the value and the colors are off, so I'm just gonna have to repaint it. I think be more careful. Like it's more green, less saturated, brighter here. Maybe. And then it has like this higher saturation edge that's also darker. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah, the more shapes and detail it is, a little. Um, I feel like it's harder to make it work well together. So then I can't. I have to balance the big shapes with the small shapes. It's very easy to break the balance. Okay. DIY. Uh, yeah, I DIY my way here. What's the origin? I like rain. That's the origin. Yeah, I really like rain. Yep. I could make this sharper. I could make this a lot sharper. But I don't know if I should, because it might be out of balance. Let's try it. Gotta try it out. So I make one of them, and then I make two of them. Mm. Okay, maybe this will work. How's the payment for mentorship? Well, I haven't figured it out yet because I haven't decided um what the semester or the frequency is going to be. I have to figure that out first. Ooh, wait a second. Is this one? Yeah. Oh, I don't know if this is a good idea. Um, oops. There's a lot of layers. Let's merge that bad boy. Uh, the fear of painting from imagination. Well, you gotta sometimes test how well you're memorizing your studies, so just gotta do it. It's always gonna be scary, I think. So yeah, it is too sharp, but we can fix that. Let's see. From this to that. It's not really an improvement. I don't want to spend the next year rendering every single crease on the dress, so it's not really my style of painting. Does tablet matter? A little bit. Workflow wise. Like I would work slower on a small tablet than a big one. But as long as you have a screen that is decent with colors, you can technically use any tablet and you'll get to the same result. It's just sometimes it feels uncomfortable to paint with. If the tablet is too small for me, it feels uncomfortable to draw on it because my movement has to be more limited to like a small space. And like physically it is uncomfortable. Oops. Try sketchbook. I think I might have tried it once or twice. I didn't like it. How long have you been drawing this regularly? This regularly? Oh, this regularly. 4 or 5 years. You have a period where you didn't feel like drawing? No, not really. I mean, there might be days where I'm like I want to play games instead of draw, but doesn't mean I don't want to draw. I just want to play games more for a brief moment because new patches or new games or whatever. But if I have nothing to do, I would never be like, oh, I don't feel like drawing. Like that's weird to me. There's so much color going on here. No, I don't really experience burnout now. I mean, okay, if I draw for 18 hours a day, I probably would feel burnout, even if I draw whatever I like. But that's like physically, you know? No. Fear of drawing because I fear burnout. Why? Why? Yeah, I like drawing. Okay, I thought about this once or twice, but I'm like, okay, if I one day suddenly I wake up and I don't feel like drawing, I just don't like drawing anymore ever again, I'll just stop drawing. Like if I don't like it, I'll stop. It's not like, yeah, I guess it would suck, but if I don't like it, I don't like it. So, but as long as I like it, I'll just keep drawing. Why would I be afraid of it? Suddenly not liking it. Well, what I'm afraid of more or at all would be um if one day I died and I wish I drew more. I mean, eventually I will die, but uh when that does happen, I wish I'd spent more time drawing instead. I can't go back. So what I need to do is I need to draw as much as I feel like right now until I'm satisfied. Doesn't feel like I'll be satisfied, but you know, that's fine. So much more work I want to do on this, but I don't know if I should because like I studied what I wanted to study, but I also wanted to do more details to make it look nice, but I don't really need to. This is kind of a portrait. Uh, no, I just learned on my own. I didn't do any books on lighting or anything. I wanted to figure it out by myself, so oh, wait a second. This part is a bit weak in terms of okay. So I don't know if this will work. Actually, if I made a new brush, it would be faster, but I don't really feel like it. Yeah, I used the Pluvium brush. You can kind of see it here. No, you can kind of see it everywhere, but I just grab references from Pinterest and I study it. I have people get pissed off at me using a reference before, and I just either take it down or I like link it to whatever they tell me to link it to. I don't care because I'm just practicing. If I have to take it down, then I'll take it down. But usually they don't have problems with it if they happen to run into it. If I can find them, if they're not like obscure, then I'll just tag them. But like I wouldn't use it to sell. Like I wouldn't sell it in any format because that would be wrong. There are some photographers that there's some photographers that list that they specifically don't want you to use their photos for studying, which is kind of weird, but yeah, you kind of just have to follow those. It's not common. Beginners, well, how beginner are you? I mean, most of the time, beginners, I would just say draw whatever you like. Should be more interest first than, try to jump into fundamental studies. There's no point to just jumping into studies. Gotta figure out what you like first. Because what you need to study might not be the same as the next guy. So the hardest fundamental to master. I would know because I haven't mastered them yet. I can tell you the one that I have most trouble with is probably color. It's either color or composition because they're very closely tied together. Actually, all of them are to composition. Composition you can kind of reason with, whereas color is a little bit harder to reason with. What? What happened? Yes, I all the time. A lot of times I don't even know what I'm drawing before I started putting down some lines and stuff. So, yeah. think I'm gonna get stuck soon. So this one I'm focused on the overall lighting accuracy and the overall composition being accurate to the original reference. So yeah. It depends. Like depends what I'm studying and why I'm studying. So I could do the same reference twice and study completely different things. Sometimes I do that. This part is a bit too sharp, like the top. Maybe hmm. What do you hate to draw the most in art? Hmm. Line art, maybe? Okay, I'm probably gonna shut the stream down soon. I might do a little bit more on this painting. I don't know, but if I do, it won't be much. It'll just be, some details. But the lighting I won't change. The overall composition, the overall balance I won't change. Because I'm pretty satisfied with it right now. That might change, after a few hours. At least right now it looks okay. There's like these little tiny, like these little tiny details I want to add. Making it more floaty, transparent. I think all the training I did could be like boiled down to maybe 5 years. Like if someone trained with me for 5 years and like I teach them everything, they could probably just be the same as me right now, I think. But I mean that's a pretty tight timeline. I'd say probably slow down a little bit just to enjoy it. There's no reason to just grind. Um, unless that's what you want to do. But for someone that wants to learn from like zero, I think I could get them to this in 5 years. I think that would be the fastest though. There's quite a bit of material to digest. How much would that cost? You get money from doing art. Yeah. If I were to charge someone to be mentoring them for 5 years straight at a pace of maybe 2 times per week, that's 100 times per year. Say maximum like 3 hours per week. So that's about 150 weeks. 5 years is about, let's say, 1,000 hours. Ooh, $50,000. Yeah, that's gonna cost $50,000 if mentoring under me for 5 years straight, every single week, twice a week. This is 1,000 hours of my time, right? So yeah, I'll charge around 50K for it. And you still have to put in more time. It's not like, oh, you just do 1,000 hours and you get to this. You'll probably have to do like 10,000 hours, maybe. Estimate, yeah. Maybe a little less. Maybe like mm, 7, 8,000 hours. Just based on how many pieces I've done, then maybe 8,000 hours total. But everybody learns at different speeds and they have different tolerances for like boring stuff. That's assuming like someone wants to do exactly what I do. I am in my 30s, but let's just say I'm 60. To the internet, you know, everybody who's 19 and above are basically uh, a boomer and dead. This is a study. It has a reference. It's a photo reference. Oh man, the more I look at it, the more stuff I don't like about it, and I have to like change it. Is it a lot? No, it is not a lot. I teach and I do commission sometimes. I'm not sure if the best way to get into art is to think about like, oh, I want to make so and so money, so much money. Um, because as far as I've seen, people like that burn out faster. There are people who do that because if you do concept art for a game, like a big company, you do make quite a bit of money. But yeah, like I said, it depends on your tolerance for pain and suffering. Yeah, to just go be a doctor or something. You get better bang for your buck. This is fun. Yeah, it's mostly one layer. They use some layers to separate some stuff out, but not much. I streamed longer than I thought I would today. Alright, I'll shut off the stream. See you guys next time. Like 5 hours-ish. I took a break in between, so yeah, around 5. It's on the longer, slightly longer side, but I keep talking.